All right. Good evening, everyone. With that, there's 7 people here, so I'm going to call this meeting of the Finance Committee to order, January 24th, 2024 at 6:48 p.m. Now call the roll. Senator O'Fay, not here. Senator Womble, not here. Senator Stanton
Here.
is here. Senator Fiore,
Here.
Senator Wilcox,
Here.
I am here. Senator Guskowitz, not here. Senator Wilson,
Here.
Vice Chair Alexander,
Here.
you. Senator Manna,
Here.
here. Senator Vespute is not here. Senator Jessup is not here. Senator Baruch is not here. Senator Jane is not here. All right. Oh, with that, we make quorum. And with that, we enter into a period of public comment. Is anyone from the public here to make comment? Seeing none, we will now split into subcommittees. Make those breakout rooms now. There you go. Good evening, Men's Crew Club.
Hi, could we wait for our president to join as well? He's coming in on 7. Oh, he's here. Just kidding. Evan Hall.
Can you both hear me well?
Yep.
Awesome. Before we get started, I do want to state that we're working with a budget of about $420,000, and with a record number of organizations requesting funding, we will have to appropriate at a rate of about 20%. So keep that in mind as we go forward. But I'll give you the next 3 to 5 minutes to introduce yourselves and what your organization needs funds for.
Sure. I'm the treasurer, Karen Jordan, and our president, Evan Hall, is also on the call. And we've drafted a defense of our funding request, which I'm just going to read off. So we're requesting funding for our lodging, entry fees, and travel cost. UNC Men's Crew Club is a highly competitive collegiate club rowing program that competes at the varsity level nationwide. We celebrate the diversity of our members, recognizing the value of every individual as essential to our club's operations. We represent the university at the highest level, performing well at events and winning many national titles. Additionally, we are the only men's rowing club on campus and the only sports club with an official university head coach. Not only do our current members and coaches expect excellent results from our club's athletic and organizational efforts, but our highly involved alumni expect so as well. We're, of course, as other groups, I'm sure, are requesting as much money as possible, but we are particularly putting priority on support for our lodging cost for the Southern Intercollegiate Rowing Association Championships and the American Collegiate Rowing Association Championships. These rowing competitions are the most important in the nation. Colleges from all over go to Tennessee for these, and we have consistently placed well throughout our club's 55-year history, and we're expected to do so again this year. We're projected right now to be in the A-B finals. We have 42 athletes, which is the largest of any sports club on campus, and we stay multiple nights for each competition. For the Southern Championships, our total lodging expenses are estimated to be $3,216, and for the American Championships, they're expected to be $5,724. According to Student Senate policy, you guys could significantly contribute by providing $2,940 and $4,400 respectively. If there's any extra money, we would request additional funding to cover our entry fees for these competitions, as well as a couple $100 for traveling expenses and an additional amount to contribute to our spring training trip, the lodging for that trip. We have a lot of details on these requests in our official funding request, which was submitted by Evan. And yeah, thank you for listening, and please feel free to ask us any questions.
All right, of course. On your application, it does say the group is unwilling to identify the student government as its sponsor. Is this accurate?
No. Sorry, that we must have accidentally just clicked something wrong.
Yeah, as long as we can get the confirmation here, that's fine. Now on the lodging, the amount that you requested, that is the calculation of the 35 per student per night?
Yes, it was.
Okay. And is that lodging the area that you would like the funding to be prioritized, or are there other?
Yes, those are our largest expenses that we have with regattas, and we already have all the paperwork. They're already booked, so we could really easily get that over to the Carolina Union. It would be pretty easy to prove that we have that, and yeah, it would help us quite a bit.
All right, cool. Then let me do the math. And with that, I'm going to move that we fund the category of lodging at $2,500.
Second.
The category of travel at $250.14.
Second.
and the category of dues and fees at 500.
Second.
All right. With that, the UNC Men's Crew Club has been appropriated $3,250.14 from the Undergraduate Senate in this cycle. Your funding request will be finalized on February 14th, when the full Senate hears and passes the budget bill along with all other organizations' funding requests. Once this budget bill is passed by the Senate and signed by the president, you will be able to expend these funds with the Carolina Union Business Office, either through reimbursement or through the use of their P cards. That is all that we have for you tonight, though. So if you don't have any more questions, you're free to go. Thank you very much for coming.
Awesome. Thank you so much. Y'all have a great evening.
You too.
Thank you.
Good evening. Three of you are with the Carolina Outing Club.
Yes. Hello.
Hello. Okay. Before we get started, I do want to state that we're working with a budget of about $420,000. This does mean that with a record number of organizations requesting funding, we will have to fund at a rate of about 20%. So keep this in mind as we go forward, but I'll give you the next 3 to 5 minutes to introduce your organization and what you need funding for.
Of course. Thank you all very much for listening to our proposal. So Carolina Outing Club is RSO here on campus. We've been around for about 3 years, and we started with the mission to essentially make the outdoors an accessible and equitable space for all students on campus. So we do that by creating outdoor experiences and providing all the equipment, transportation, basically any costs or experience requirement that would be a barrier for someone to not be able to experience these things. We try to break this down so that everyone has an opportunity to experience nature. We've done a variety of trips over the past 3 years and have sort of developed a somewhat stable schedule of our programming. And so this spring we're requesting $9,300 total, and that's going to cover mainly programming that we've run in the past that we've sort of budgeted for this spring. I'd say the most impactful piece of programming that we run that money would likely be spent to this spring is our Crunchy Formal, which is sort of an outing where the entire community that's a member of our organization can join and sort of fosters the community that we hope to build as a club. And then I don't know if you have our proposal pulled up, but we also have equipment rental, transportation costs for some of the programs that we run off of the campus. And we sort of budgeted out for the amount of people that we would that we would take on those outings, and then based on the rules that the Senate has instituted on how much we can ask for per person for transport, sort of where that money is coming from. But in general, it's largely for our programming, so we can accommodate our membership base of around 400 now.
All right. Well, okay, on the miscellaneous section, I'm sure this just means, I'm sure you just forgot to answer these questions, or, okay, it was submitted by PDF later.
Yeah, thank you
Yeah.
again for that, but that was what happened.
Are you officially recognized by the university?
We just were approved of our re-registration a
All
week
right.
ago.
Are you willing to identify the student government as your sponsor?
Yes, yeah.
Do you intend to purchase alcohol, tobacco, and or firearms with your requested funds?
We do not, no.
Good. Do you have a certified treasurer?
Yes,
Uh, do does your group discriminate on the basis of any protected class?
no.
Awesome. Okay, so I know you mentioned the crunchy formal, but in terms of cutting this down to fit the budget, where do you
Course.
want the Senate to prioritize its funds?
Remind me, because I was thinking about this before we hopped on the call. Is there a specific category for programming?
Not that you've requested. You've requested funds in building venue rental, dues and fees, equipment rental, lodging, and travel.
Okay. I think the majority would be in venue rental and then equipment rental probably
All right.
Would be where we would like to allocate these funds.
Cool. Then in that case, in the category of building venue rental, I'm going to move that we fund at $1,200.
Second.
Second.
The category of equipment rental at $800.
Second.
And then the categories of dues and fees, lodging, and travel at $0.
Second.
Cool. So with that, the Carolina Outing Club has been appropriated $2,000 from the Undergraduate Senate in this cycle. Your budget request will be finalized on February 14th when the full Senate hears the budget bill with all other organizations' funding requests. Once this bill is passed by the Senate and signed by the president, you will be able to expend these funds with the Carolina Union Business Office, either through reimbursement or the use of one of their P cards. That is all that we have for you tonight, though. So if you don't have any more questions, you're free to go. Thank you very much for coming.
Thank you. Have a good one.
You too. Good evening, Black Ink Magazine.
Hello, can you hear me okay?
Yes, I can. Can you hear us?
Yes, that's good.
Awesome.
Hey, wait. Bro, we sit next to each other in planning.
Yeah, we do. Huh.
Yeah. What's up?
Funny. Before we get started, I do want to say that we're working with a budget of $420,000. And with a record number of organizations requesting funding, we will have to appropriate at a rate of about 20%. So keep this in mind as we go forward, but I'll give you the next few minutes to introduce your organization and describe what Black Ink Magazine needs funding for.
All right, and I'm cool to go ahead and start now.
Yeah.
Okay. Yes, so hello, we are Black Ink Magazine. This is our first semester as an independent organization. We were previously part of BSM since the late 1960s when the magazine was first founded, but we have broken away from BSM to request separate funding because trying to channel that funding through BSM and all their various subcommittees has previously been very difficult. And so we're requesting only $2,500 to $2,000 of that is going towards publishing our annual print issue for every Black History Month. So it's usually about 30 to 40 pages. And it features various content about Black culture and Black history in Chapel Hill area. Yeah, in the past, it's usually costs about $700 or so to print about 100 copies. So we're trying to double that this semester, get about 200 copies if we can, because we have a larger staff. And hopefully working with the budget, hopefully if possible, working with as large of a budget as possible to receive. The other two funding categories we requested for were about, I believe, let me look back at the request. But I can just tell you the other two categories off the bat. So the first was for with the release of our magazine, of our print issue next month, we hope to have a release party in the Stone Center. Those funds we use just to pay the technician that we need, the sound technician. Otherwise, we could rent the room for free. It would just be covering the technician costs that we need to, and that would be all. That entails the rest of any other expenses will be handled by magazine staff members ourselves. And then the other thing we asked for was money to upgrade our domain. We're currently working with a free WordPress, and it has pretty severe limitations on what we can do with the website. Most of the template changes that we have tried to make is constantly asking for an upgrade. So we're asking for money to use HostGator or another hosting service, which usually we could probably find something about $50, $60. And if it's more than that, we probably cover the rest. But we just need that to upgrade that, make the changes that we needed so that our website can look as updated as it needs to be.
Okay, so on your application, it says your group appears to unfairly discriminate against certain individuals. Does Black Ink Magazine discriminate against any protected class?
It does not discriminate against any protected
Okay.
class. No.
Good. I'm sure you just misclicked on the application. Just need to get the obligatory questions all cleared through. All right. This all seems to check out. Now, in terms of cutting this down to fit within our budget, where do you want to see the Senate's funds be prioritized in your application?
To the print application, release party, worst come to worst, that can go. We can figure out the website funding itself. That's only about like $100. Man, I got $100. I could, worst come to worst, I can do that. But I don't have no 1K, 2K to put into the print issue. So that's where we need money the most.
All right. Then, in that case, I'm going to move that we fund the category of supplies at $50.
Second.
the category of printing and publicity at $550,
Second.
and the category of building venue rental at 0.
Second.
All right,
So
so
there's
Yeah.
no way that that could be increased with no money going to the building and venue rental at all.
we do have to fit within our roughly 20% budget. And this 600 is already on the higher end of that, so in order for, or out of fairness to all organizations requesting funding, that is as much as we can appropriate.
So in the future, should we aim higher in the case that the rate is this low?
Perhaps I
than
can't
our original
speak
request?
to strategy like that, but maybe. But with that, Black Ink Magazine has been appropriated $600 from the Undergraduate Senate in this cycle. This funding request will be finalized on February 14th when the full Senate hears the budget bill along with all other organizations' funding requests. Once this bill is passed by the Senate and signed by the president, you'll be able to expend these funds with the Carolina Union Business Office either through reimbursement or the use of their P cards. That is all that we have for you tonight, however, so if you don't have any more questions, you're free to go. Thank you for coming.
Thank you. Have a good night.
You too. Good evening, Melanie with Carolina Adapts Toys for Children.
Hi, good evening.
Can you hear me all right?
Mhm.
Awesome. Before we get started, I do want to state that we're working with a budget of about $420,000. With a record number of organizations requesting funding, this does mean we will have to fund at a rate of about 20%. So keep this in mind as we go forward, but I'll give you the next few minutes to introduce yourself and describe what you need funding for.
Okay. So hello everyone, my name is Melanie Gall and I serve as treasurer for Carolina Adapts Toys for Children, also known as Catch. At Catch, we adapt toys for use by children with limited mobility who are unable to play with most commercially manufactured toys. At weekly meetings, club members alter the circuitry of battery-powered toys so that they can be used by children who may be in wheelchairs or have fine motor disabilities. These toys are then donated to children's hospitals and rehabilitation centers. For example, we partner with Atrium Health in Charlotte, UNC Center for Rehabilitation Care, and WakeMed. We also produce assistive technology to enable use of hygiene products and other held items. Our club has strong membership and continues to grow. At the 2 meetings we've held so far this semester, we've seen an even higher turnout than we had last semester. Students are especially drawn to the service aspects of the club, as well as the opportunity to work with their hands and learn about circuitry and soldering technique. All students, regardless of major and expertise, are welcome. We teach each member the skills they need to make high-quality adaptations. So going through our budget request, we requested about $6,072 for supplies. This category is the most important for us to get funded because the primary expense of our organization is the toys that we modify during each weekly meeting. Having enough toys is imperative for us to continue to make an impact. In past semesters, demand for adapted toys has exceeded what we can provide, not because of a lack of volunteers, but because of limited supplies. We need to have the toys to adapt them. These funds will also be used to purchase the electrical componentry that goes into each modification, including jacks, stereo wire, external buttons, and solder. Other necessary supplies outside of the electrical componentry include hot glue, zip ties, tape, and other miscellaneous items. We anticipate the need for $4,132 to purchase toys, $959 to purchase supplies to 3D print and construct buttons, and $981 for the supplies necessary for modification. And I want to emphasize that the funding in this category is absolutely essential for a club to function. So I know you're going to need to cut our funding. We would strongly prefer that you cut our funding in other categories before reducing our allocation for supplies, because we really need these supplies to keep adapting toys. Moving on from supplies, this semester we are requesting a lot of funding in the capital expenditure category to be able to buy a new 3D printer. 3D printing is a slow process, and in the past we have not been able to print fast enough to keep up with our need for 3D printed buttons with our current printer. We received some money in this category last semester, but it was not enough to purchase a printer, so we're hoping to get enough funding in this category this semester so that combined with funding from last semester, we'll have enough to purchase the printer. We have selected a printer that matches our needs, and we know that this expense will have lasting value for our club. It is used this semester and for years to come. Finally, for printing and publicity, we requested $299 total, which will be used for advertising around campus and reaching the student body, as well as money to paint the cube by the union for our semesterly late night with toys event. Our club actually sees an uptick in membership in the spring semester as prospective BME students are looking to join clubs and as freshmen in general become more interested in participating. So we're advertising just as much, if not more, this semester. So in summary, we're requesting $8,195 in capital expenditures, $299 in printing and publicity, and $6,072 in supplies. And just to reiterate, the supplies category is by far the most important for our club. So we would really appreciate receiving as much of our supplies request as possible. So that's all I have for you. I'm happy to answer any questions you might have.
All right. Everything checks out in terms of our guidelines. Now, in terms of cutting this down to fit the budget, of course, supplies are your most important category. Would you like us to put all of the available funds into supplies, or would you like to see smaller amounts in printing and publicity and capital expenditures as well?
I think if we could get $70 in printing and publicity and then as much as possible in the supplies, that would be great.
All right, cool. Um, in that case, I move that we fund the category of printing and publicity at $70.
Second.
The category of supplies at 3,100.
Second.
And then the category of capital expenditures at 0.
Second.
All right, so with that, Carolina Adapts Toys for Children has received $3,170 from the Undergraduate Senate. This amount will be finalized when the budget bill is heard by the full Senate, on February 14th. Once this bill is passed by the Senate and signed by the President, you will be able to expend these funds with the Carolina Union Business Office, either through reimbursement or the use of their P cards. That is all that we have for you tonight, though. So if you don't have any more questions, you're free to go. Thank you very much for coming.
Awesome. Thank you guys so much.
Have a good one. Seeing as how 7 minutes have passed since the Minority Business Student Alliance's assigned hearing time, and that they have not shown up, I am going to move that we fund all categories at 0.
Second.
Good evening, Crystal with Mo Control Media Group.
Yes. There's also one other individual that I know that is in the other
Yeah.
room, Shakira Farmer. I think she was trying to change her name, so you
Okay.
guys could.
Shakira and Natalia.
Yes.
Awesome. Can all three of you hear me well?
I can.
Yes.
Okay, cool. Before we get started, I do want to preface this by saying we're working with a budget of $420,000. This means we will have to fund organizations at a rate of about 20%. So keep that in mind as we go forward, but I'll give you the next couple minutes to introduce your organization and describe what you need funding for.
Yes, of course. Thank you so much for having us here. My name is Crystal Lakaya, and I am the president of Will Control Media Group, which is a newly founded organization registered with UNC back in October 2023. Originally, we started as an Instagram page known as HBUNC, which stood for Historically Black at UNC, and this connected Black individuals and other minority individuals to on-campus activities and organizations that went with their affinity group. As COVID-19 created a lot of segregation with Black students and opportunities on campus. I was in my freshman year, spring 22, whenever I created the Instagram page. From there, Mo Control Media Group was born as it expands the need to meet individuals, minority individuals, particularly Black individuals, in getting their resources sent to them. So we do a lot of things called excuse me, HVUNC News, which is our news channel on the Instagram page. We also have HBUNC Community, where we do a lot of engagement and a lot of polls to see where our minority students and particularly Black students are feeling with issues that are happening on campus that pertain to them, as well as just to keep engagement. And then we also have HBUNC Replay underneath that journalism house under Mo Control Media Group. We also then have a creative team, which we started. And the creative team sets out to help Black creatives here at UNC create other narratives through videography and photography. So we know that there are a lot of other initiatives on campus, such as the UNC TV group, Student TV, and there's also like Lightwood Entertainment. However, we do a lot of things more closely home that are home to campus here for storytelling related to like on campus hip hop people that they do their rapping, things like Geniuses, where we're able to sit down and talk to local rappers here at UNC and get to document their experiences and their time in creating things like that. So we're on the move right now with certain projects with HBUNC and our creative team with these two different media houses that fall under Mo Control Media Group. And that's who we are, and that's what we've expanded into in the past semester, now going into this one. And so now speaking on what we need necessarily, In terms of Senate funding, we've asked for about $4,550. And I know you guys are saying around 20%, which puts us at $910. This does not necessarily suffice what we need in terms of what we're asking to do, which is adding a new space to campus, as we are the only organization that does some type of on-campus journalism with HBUNC and providing news weekly, as we have done for the on-campus resources, particularly aimed at minority students and your Black students here at UNC, which only makes up about 8%. And so we are asking for $4,550 for our room and event space reservation, supplies such as tablecloth, banners, our SD cards. We already don't ask for any funding for equipment because we are able to rent out our videography and photography equipment from the UL, so we are not asking for that. However, we are asking for money for subscriptions such as Canva to keep up with engagement and to keep things looking nice and efficiently read for our audience, as well as like $2,000 for our yearbooks, so that we are able to meet the needs. So people who are minority students and unable to pay for a yearbook to look back at their Carolina career, they can look back at it and we can pay for it for them. And so meeting all these initiatives with our events, our upcoming events such as our Black and Carolina Blue Night, where we look back at our work as well as our collaboration with students. Those events, or our Pit Poppin' Fridays, which is home to a lot of Black history, where we're outside having fun out in the pit, as well as our Black History Month showcasing that we're hoping to do next month. This is what we are requesting our funding for. And like I said, serving as the only organization on campus that does on-campus journalism, particularly aimed at your minority students, Black students here. I know I'm at my 5-minute mark, so please let me know if I have more time. I'd be happy to talk more, but I hope I hit everything for you guys.
Yeah, that covers it all. On your application, it says your group is unwilling to identify the student government as its sponsor. Is this accurate?
I said that we were unwilling.
Yeah.
Uh-oh. That's not accurate. We will be willing to.
Oh, good. Yeah, as long as we can get that confirmation here, you're good
Yeah,
to
for
go.
sure. You can change that. Apologies.
Then all of our requirements are met properly. Now, since we will have to cut it down to fit the budget, where do you want to see our funds prioritized?
Yes. So in what I've asked from you guys, supplies is what we are really looking forward to. Supplies and our subscription that we need for our Canva. And I think underneath y'all's end, I have a different budget sheet on like that I wrote for myself, so I forget what category I put that under, but that may fall up under supplies as well, so that puts it at around 900, which is hitting that 20% mark, with you guys at around 910 of what we've asked for. But if there's anything left to spare, I would like to see also funding going towards our event space that we would like to hold. And we have tried to have our events, prospective events for the upcoming year at the Stone Center, as we know that an RSO at the Stone Center has the ability to rent for the last time. This is the last time that the Stone Center will do it this semester. This semester is the last time that the Stone Center will allow an organization to rent for one event for free, and then they'll start payment. So we are looking for those 3 categories, to probably subscription and supplies, and then room event space.
All right, cool. Then in that case, I am going to move that we fund the category of supplies at $650.
Second.
The category of printing and publicity at $250.
Second.
And the category of building venue rental at $350.
Second.
Finally, the categories of clothing, labor fees, and programming at $0.
Second.
All right. With that, Mo Control Media Group has been appropriated $1,250 from the Undergraduate Senate. This amount will be finalized on February 14th when the full Senate hears the budget bill along with all other organizations' funding requests. Once this bill is passed by the Senate and signed by the president, you'll be able to expend these funds with the Carolina Union Business Office either through reimbursement or use of their P cards. That is all that we have for you tonight, though, so thank you very much for coming and have a great night.
Thank you so much. Have a good one.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening, you're with the academic team. Wonderful. You can hear me all right?
Yeah, I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can. Awesome. Before we get started, I do want to preface this by saying we're working with a budget of about $420,000. This does mean with a record number of organizations requesting funding, we will have to fund at a rate of about 20%. So keep this in mind as we go forward, but I will give you the next few minutes to introduce your organization and describe what you need funds for.
Yes. Okay. So I'm representing the academic team at UNC Chapel Hill, or as we sort of collectively call it, Quiz Bowl. What we primarily do is we are engaged in a academic trivia game called Quiz Bowl that involves traveling to many tournaments that are usually up and down the lower mid-Atlantic region. We do regular practices. And our big thing is, of course, that we like to encourage learning. We like to encourage fun, playful competition, build friendships in our club. And so to that end, our biggest thing is that, of course, because these tournaments are all funded by the schools themselves, obviously these things cost money to run and host. So the biggest things that we need funding for are to pay for fees to attend these tournaments, as well as for travel costs, since so many of the tournaments that we travel to are in places like Virginia, Maryland, Tennessee, South Carolina. And we're also looking to acquire funds for additional buzzer sets. So for practices, the buzzers being used for the game itself to buzz in and answer questions, as well as for club shirts. So that's my little spiel, yeah.
All right, wonderful. Well, says your group is unwilling to identify student government as its sponsor. Is this accurate?
Yes.
So as a requirement, we do mandate that
Oh, wait.
in order to get Senate funds.
Did we check no on that?
Yeah.
I'm sorry. I think the president was. I had my president submit the information because the form wasn't working for me. I think it was supposed to be yes. I'm pretty sure. That's how I did it last time, I think.
It's all fine as long as we can get that verbal confirmation here that you will. That's okay.
Yes.
But now, in terms of cutting this down to fit our budget, where do you want to see funds prioritized?
For us, the biggest thing is just the registration fees. So we need money for the registration fees to cover these tournaments, and then for the travel costs, because like we need to reimburse our drivers, just given how the long distances that we often have to travel.
Yeah.
those are the two biggest priorities.
All right. I'm going to move that we fund the category of travel at $744.15.
Second.
The category of dues and fees at 1,100,
Second.
and then the categories of lodging and clothing at 0.
Second.
All right, with that, the academic team at UNC has been appropriated $1,844.15 from the Undergraduate Senate in this cycle. This amount will be finalized on February 14th when the full Senate hears and passes the budget bill along with all other organizations' funding requests. Once this bill is passed by the Senate and signed by the president, you will be able to expend these funds with the Carolina Union Business Office, either through the use of reimbursement or their P cards. That is all that we have for you tonight, though. So if you don't have any more questions, you're free to go. Thank you for coming.
Thank you.
Good evening, UNC Rotaract.
Hello.
Hello, can you all hear me well?
Yes.
Wonderful. Okay. Before we get started, I do want to state that we're working with a budget of about $420,000. And with a record number of organizations requesting funding, this does mean we will have to fund at a rate of about 20%. So keep that in mind as we go forward, but I'll give you the next couple minutes to introduce your organization and talk about what you need funds for.
Yeah, so hi, we're UNC Rotaract. I'm the president, Nikita, and we're a service organization affiliated with the global organization Rotary Club. What we do is we do service projects in the area and also like around North Carolina. And also we've started to do more professional development as a part of our club. So we started a new mentorship program, and we're also working with UNC hospitals to like increase volunteering there as well. So as far as what we need the money for is we want to get more stuff that can help promote the club. So that'd be like t-shirts, pens and stickers and stuff like that we can hand out during events. We also need transportation money. We don't plan on spending like staying nights over, but we do need money for like gas and such. We make trips to like Greensboro, Raleigh, and we're planning like a beach cleanup in Wilmington as well that we would need the money for. And then as far as yeah. Yeah, anyone else had to say anything?
Yeah, just to elaborate on what Nikita said. So every year in around November, we do this event called Pig Stock, and basically that's an association with the Children of Vietnam campaign. And it's this bluegrass festival, and again, we do travel there, so we need gas money. And essentially all of that funding that the Rotary clubs raise goes towards education for the children in Vietnam, specifically girls' education. So essentially just gas money, and again, just things to promote the club in general. So I guess like advertising, pins, stickers, t-shirts to boost club morale.
Yeah, so even like last year we had only like 10 members, but we've grown to like 30 this year. So we want to keep like increasing that, and in order to do that, we feel like the need that we need some funding in order to like advertise the club. And yeah, and just for like so we can do more service projects and such.
And in Rotary, as a global organization, we were founded on the principles of community service, giving back to your community, and also promoting the professional development of young people, like those of us who are in college. And so that's what we're all about.
All right. Well, if that's all that you have, the transportation that you've requested, this is for gas reimbursement, correct?
Yes.
We do have a strict formula that we need to follow in order to fund gas reimbursement at that 33 cents per mile for trips over 100 miles and 54 cents per mile for trips under 100 miles. Did you follow this?
I just kind of gave a rough estimate, because we just go to like such different places, if that makes
I would
sense.
say the farthest we've gone or would go is Wilmington. Apart from that, we've done Greensboro a number of times, which again is about an hour and a half from here. I'm not sure how many miles it is, but again, Nikita did do a rough estimate of what that could possibly be.
All right. Now, in terms
Service
of
projects tend to be scattered around the triangle
Yeah,
area. So
yeah, we multiple cars too to like get more people there. We do carpool, but like we do need like 2 or 3 cars every time we go somewhere.
all right. Now, in terms of us cutting this down to fit the budget, how do you want our funds to be prioritized?
I would say that. Oh, go ahead.
what were you gonna say?
No, you go.
I was gonna say mainly towards transportation.
Yeah, I agree.
Transportation is really big for us. Like, yes, getting things to promote our club would be nice, but I feel like transportation does take a precedent. So
All right. Now, in terms of that transportation, if we do not have the formula, we cannot fund it. That is a strict requirement that we all have to follow in organizational financing. So without that formula being followed, we cannot fund that.
Okay, cool. Did you guys receive a formula like from our?
On
agenda?
on your application, it just says you will need transportation money, and then you applied for that. What was it? $300.
Okay.
Okay, so I had to do the breakdown of it.
Yes. There are other categories as well. But with that in mind, I'm going to move that we fund the category of supplies at 300,
Second.
the category of printing and publicity at 100,
Second.
the category of clothing at 100,
Second.
and then the category of travel at 0.
Second.
All right, so with that, UNC Chapel Hill Rotaract has been appropriated $500 from the Undergraduate Senate in this cycle. That appropriation will be finalized on February 14th when the full Senate hears and passes the budget bill, along with all other organizations' funding requests. Once this bill is passed by the full Senate and signed by the president, you will be able to expend these funds with the Carolina Union Business Office, either through reimbursement or the use of their P cards. But that is all that we have for you tonight. So if you don't have any further questions, you're free to go. Thank you for coming.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening to the marathon team. Can you both hear me all right?
Yep.
Awesome. Okay, before we get started, I do want to say that we're working with a budget of $420,000 just about. And with a record number of organizations requesting funding, this does mean that we will have to fund organizations at a rate of about 20%. So keep this in mind as we go forward, but I'll give you the next couple minutes to introduce your organization and describe what you need funding for.
So we're the marathon team here at UNC Chapel Hill, and we're basically a group of around 45 runners who train for half marathons and full marathons. And we do a lot of social events throughout the year as well, as far as bringing our members together. And really, we're here asking for money to help fund our spring race this semester, which will be in Myrtle Beach, and just some of the expenses that are associated with that trip.
Yeah, we also fund shirts for the team and do like cover travel and lodging for the race. But we try to keep our dues low because we do not cover them paying for races. And we do keep part of our budget to try and fund or like subsidize races that are a little bit more expensive.
All right. Is that all?
Yes.
All right, cool. On transportation or the travel category, we do have our strict formulas for calculating gas reimbursement. Did you do this math in calculating this $750 request?
Yes.
Okay. Now, in terms of cutting this down to fit into our budget, where do you want to see the Senate's funds be prioritized?
Lodging or transportation, yeah.
All right. Okay. Do you have an idea of the mileage that it would take to get to Myrtle Beach? As well as the number of people and how that math works out with the 33 cents per mile requirement we have?
Yeah, so we have, it's probably about like 300 miles there. About 300 miles there, 300 back. Part of that is also like we have to do cars, so we won't be like doing any of the like some other clubs do like busing or like other things. We are gonna do cars, but we also have to do like our current count is around that 45 number. So car wise, about 9.
Okay. Now that would put you at 1,782, which is much more than the 750 requested.
We do have other funding. We just,
Yeah.
wanted to see if we could get more, I guess. We also like opened up our form and got a lot more interest than expected.
All right. Then with that, I'm going to move that we fund the category of travel at $396.
Second.
The category of lodging at $350.
Second.
And then the categories of supplies and clothing at $0.
Second.
All right, so with this, the marathon team at UNC has received $746 from the undergraduate senate in this cycle. That number will be finalized on February 14th when the full Senate hears and passes the budget bill along with all other organizations' funding requests. Once that bill is passed by the Senate and signed by the president, you will be able to expend those funds with the Carolina Union Business Office through either reimbursement or the use of their P cards. That is all that we have for you tonight, though. So thank you very much for coming and have a good night.
You too.
All right, with 7 minutes having passed since Chapel Hill players assigned hearing time and that fact that they have not shown up, I'm going to move that we fund the category of programming at 0.
Second.
Unfortunate too. They only requested 506.25. Probably would have gotten the whole thing. Well, good evening, Kappa Kappa Psi. National Honorary Band Fraternity. Okay. Can you hear me all right?
Yes.
Awesome. Okay, before we get started, I do want to state that we're working with a budget of $420,000 just about. This means that with a record number of organizations requesting funding, we will have to fund at a rate of roughly 20%. So keep this in mind as we go forward, but I'll give you the next few minutes to introduce your organization, talk about what you need funds for.
Okay. Yeah, so we're Kappa Kappa Psi. We're a national organization, and our main pillars are service for the bands at UNC, brotherhood, and brotherhood. And we do a lot of things for the school and the entire band program. We work really closely with the band director in terms of marching band, but then we do outreach with music education, and just general, like bringing together the music organizations here at UNC. So we have a really big outreach to a lot of students at UNC, whether they're music majors or minors or just part of music organizations. Our organization is about 25 people. And we're really committed to doing service within UNC and the UNC band organizations, as well as in the local Chapel Hill community. A lot of that includes music education, programming, and teaching. So what we're mainly applying for funds right now is for our brotherhood event this semester, where we go and meet other brothers, do team building activities, and we work on some of that programming and education that we bring back to the school to be able to present to other people. We're also requesting funds for clothing. We do a presentation with our new members every year that's open to the public. We usually get about 100, 200 guests attending that, and we have kind of national guidelines for what they have to be wearing. So we always get the new members, things like that. We also have national dues that we have to pay every year to keep our membership active, to be able to be a part of the organization as well as represent at our school. So I would say the main things that we're requesting for are the national dues, the clothing, and to be able to go to that brotherhood event.
All right. On your application, it says your group is unwilling to identify the student government as its sponsor. Is this accurate?
I was not entirely sure about that specific question.
Okay.
I looked at my last year's and I said no as well, and we still received funding. I didn't know if that was like I mean, we would be willing to. We would be willing to. I just wasn't sure the details of that.
It is a requirement that any
Okay.
event
Yes.
funded in part or whole. But as long as we can get that confirmation here, that's more than fine. On the dues and fees requested, we do have a rule that the Senate cannot fund dues to supranational or higher order organizations. So we will not be able to provide funding in that category, but we can to all the others. Yeah, in terms of the remaining, where do you want to see our funds be prioritized?
I would definitely say our brotherhood event, because it's a pillar of being part of the national organization. It's super important. I think we do a lot there that we're able to bring back to the university with connecting with other brothers and empowering music education overall.
All right. And then that is, let's see, both travel and lodging?
Correct.
Okay. All right, then in that case, I'm going to move that we fund the category of travel at $500,
Second.
the category of lodging at $600,
Second.
Then the categories of dues and fees and clothing at zero.
Second.
All right, so with that, Kappa Kappa Psi National Honorary Band Fraternity has been appropriated $1,100 from the Undergraduate Senate in this cycle. Your funds will be finalized on February 14th when the full Senate hears and passes the budget bill, along with all other organizations' funding requests. Once this bill is signed by or passed by the Senate and signed by the president, you'll be able to expend these funds with the Carolina Union Business Office, either through reimbursement or the use of their P cards. But that is all we have for you tonight. So if you don't have any more questions, you're free to go. Thank you very much for coming.
Can I ask one question real quick?
Yes.
In terms of funding from last semester, I was talking to another treasurer and there was a little discrepancy. Is it that does the purchases for those funds have to happen last semester, but the reimbursement can happen up until the end of this semester, or does that roll over?
No, so everything rolls over from last semester to this semester. So if you have leftover funds from last semester that you didn't use on events then, but you have events that come up now, you can still use those. All of those funds are good until LDOC this semester, when the business office closes and stops processing the reimbursement and P card requests.
Okay, perfect. Yeah, that's all I have. Thank you.
Awesome. Have a good night.
You too.
Beta Sigma. Good evening, Tau Beta Sigma, National Honorary Band Sorority.
Hello.
Interesting how the random number generator put the National Honorary Band Fraternity and Sorority back to back.
Yeah.
But,
No,
all right. And it's just you tonight?
yes.
Awesome. Okay, before we get started, I do want to state that we're working with a budget of $420,000. And with a record number of organizations requesting funding, we will have to appropriate at a rate of about 20%. So keep this in mind as we go forward, but I'll give you the next couple minutes to introduce your organization and describe to me what you need funding for.
Yes, of course. So Top Beta Sigma is a co-ed sorority. Our purpose is to serve the band programs and the music department in our university and the community. For example, we help set up and tear down rooms for rehearsal, including for the marching band. We also help with uniform distributions. We also help clean practice rooms in the music buildings. We donate and set up menstrual products for the bathrooms. And well, we serve it in as many ways as we can. What makes us stand out from the other organizations is that we have a focus on empowering women and bringing recognition to women in music. We're also the only organization on campus to do so. So yeah, we promote leadership development and the education of our members. And that's pretty much what we do.
Cool. Looking through your request, everything fits our formulas and requirements, right? Yeah. In terms of cutting this down to fit within our budget, where do you want to see the Senate's funds prioritized?
Yeah, so since we are hosting the district convention, I feel like that would take importance. We do want to represent our university as the best as we can at this convention. We have to put in our own funds as well to be able to host. So we would only be like asking for the additional cost that we wouldn't be able to cover if we were to host, which we have signed up for, which we were nominated to. But yeah, I have the cost breakdown in the request. Yeah. I also think that the community university, which is our main, one of our biggest volunteering programs, which we help disadvantaged youth. We help them learn about music to encourage them to become musicians and pursue the band in college. That's a big part of what we do as well. And we also want to request the funding for the supplies to be able to help them learn and like teach them and inspire them to become musicians.
All right.
Would you like me to explain the other ones or?
Oh, no, you're all good. I'm just
Yeah, okay, cool.
math now. No worry. Okay. I'm going to move that we fund the category of supplies at $63. Um, the category of dues and fees at $765.
Second.
The category of lodging at $315.
Second.
And the the category of travel at $140.40.
Second.
Okay, there. So, oh, and then the categories of clothing and labor fees at $0.
Second.
Okay, so with that, Tau Beta Sigma National Honorary Band Sorority has been appropriated $1,283.40 from the Undergraduate Senate in this cycle. Your funding will be finalized on February 14th when the full Undergraduate Senate hears the budget bill along with all other organizations' funding requests. Once this bill is passed by the Senate and signed by the President, you will be able to expend your funds with the Carolina Union Business Office, either through reimbursement or the use of their P cards. That is all that we have for you tonight, though. So if you don't have any more questions, you're good to go. Thank you for coming.
Awesome. Thank you so much.
Good evening to both of you with the Pre-Veterinary Society. Can you both hear me well?
Yes, I can.
Awesome. Before we get started, I do want to state that we're working with a budget of $420,000 this cycle, and with a record number of organizations requesting funding. This does mean that we'll have to fund at a rate of about 20%. So keep that in mind as we go forward, but I'll give you the next couple minutes to introduce your organization and what you need funding for.
Yes, thank you. And good evening. My name is Xiaoyu Zhou, and I am one of the co-presidents of the Pre-Vet Society at UNC Chapel Hill.
Hi, my name is Kutsara, and I am the treasurer.
Thank you for your time tonight. As the officer of the Pre-Vet Society, we are here to represent students on the pre-health track concentrating in animal medicine. The Pre-Veterinary Society is the only organization at UNC dedicated to exploring various careers in veterinary medicine, connecting students with admission teams from a lot of veterinary schools, organizing hands-on laboratory experience with UNC veterinarians in the Department of Comparative Medicine, and hosting career workshops to prepare students for life beyond graduation. Additionally, we arrange volunteer events to provide students with more veterinary and animal experience, as well as holding general body meetings to facilitate relationships between students to share their stories and interests.
So this semester, we plan to help send members to the American Pre-Veterinary Medical Association Symposium, which will be held at NC State in March. This is an opportunity for pre-veterinary students to be exposed to the diversity of the profession while also providing networking opportunities. Representatives from various colleges of veterinary medicine will be in attendance to familiarize students with their schools, as well as educate students of the opportunities available at each school. So the symposium also consists of numerous lectures and labs that provide hands-on experience. And the registration for the APVMA Symposium is crucial this semester due to the close proximity of the event, allowing UNC pre-veterinary students to attend for the very first time as an official organization. Furthermore, the connections that these students can make may lead to shadowing, internship, or job opportunities in the future, as well as open the door to find a mentor and helping them navigate life before, during, and after graduation at UNC and future educational endeavors. So we understand that the appropriations for the semester are very limited, so we asked to focus on the registration fee for APVMA as well as the registration fee for the symposium, if that's possible.
We can certainly work with that. All right. With that, then I'm going to move that we fund the category of dues and fees at $950.
Second.
The category of supplies at 40.
Second.
The category of printing and publicity at 40.
Second.
And then the categories of speaker fees, programming, and clothing at 0.
Second.
With that,
I'm sorry. Would it be possible if we could solely focus on the dues and fees, so then changing the supplies and I'm sorry, I missed the last one. Both were supposed to
printing
be
and publicity.
Yes, would we be able to change that to the dues and fees?
Yes, we can. I was just calculating that 185 at a number of members eligible, but we can do that. So in that case, I'm going to move that we take $40 out of both supplies and printing and publicity. Is there a second?
Second.
Thank you. And then add $80 to dues and fees to make that 1,030.
Second.
All right. So with that, the Pre-Veterinary Society of UNC has been appropriated $1,030 from the Undergraduate Senate. This amount will be finalized on February 14th when the full Senate hears and passes the budget bill along with all other organizations requesting funding. Once this bill is passed by the Senate and signed by the President, you will be able to expend these funds with the Carolina Union Business Office, either through reimbursement or the use of their P cards. But that's all we have for you tonight. So if you don't have any more questions, you're free to go. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Yeah, you all have a great night.
You too. Makes my job much easier when they only want to fund one category. Good evening. You're with Bhakti Yoga Club.
Yeah. You want me to go ahead and get started, or?
Before we get started, I do want to preface this by saying we're working with a budget of $420,000. And with a record number of organizations requesting funding, we will have to be funding at a rate of about 20%. So keep that in mind as we go forward, but I'll give you the next couple minutes to introduce your organization and what you need funds for.
Okay, so the Bhakti Yoga Club is a new club to UNC, but it is not actually new to the area. NC State and other colleges have had it for a long time. Essentially, what we do in Bhakti Yoga Club is it's all based around bringing individuals together to kind of let them meditate and have a moment of peace in their day. So the way we do this is by reflecting on our experiences, reflecting on the outside world, as well as what we feel internally. So we estimate, well, we've had a meeting so far, but as we are new, we haven't had many. In meetings, we estimate to have around 20 students in every single one, and we meet weekly. We expect most of these students will be retained, so they'll be coming back. In terms of actual expenditures, some of our expenditures are on the instrument side to kind of help people focus and reach that deeper level of meditation. So there we're requesting a harmonium, mridanga, and kartal, which is an estimate around $700. But we also do need more basic one-time expenditures that we need to pay for. So the room that we have does not have chairs in it. And also it's really hard to meditate on a chair, something that normally people will ground themselves to do. So we're requesting a floor tarp for $56 and a blanket for $120. There's a few of them. So in total, the actual things that we like really need at around $400. This includes things such as a website domain, hosting, stress balls, plates, cups, that sort of stuff. When we do bring in food that we are paying for as individual members of the club's not paying for it. But we need basic supplies. That's around $400. And then all of the other one-time supplies, such as those instruments and journals and everything, we estimate to cost around $700. So in total, we're looking at around $1,200, $1,300. I can go into more details if you have questions about like specific expenses.
This all seems to be good. And while I would usually ask what you'd like to see prioritized, the entire request is constrained to this one category of supplies.
Yeah, it's very hard for us to try and operate without these because these are all like foundational and we've tried so hard to get them from other organizations locally. It's just like not working out.
Then in that case, I'm going to move that we fund the category of supplies at $392. Do I hear a second?
Second.
Thank you. All right, so with that, the Bhakti Yoga Club has been appropriated $392 from the Undergraduate Senate in this cycle. That amount will be finalized on February 14th when the full Senate hears and passes a budget bill, along with all other organizations' funding requests. Once this bill has been passed by the Senate and signed by the President, you will have access to these funds with the Carolina Union Business Office, either through reimbursement or the use of their P cards. That is all that we have for you tonight, though. So if you don't have any more questions, you're free to go. Thank you.
Thank you, guys.
Good evening. You are with UNC Electro Women's Ultimate Frisbee White.
Oh, yes, that's me.
Yes, can you hear me all right?
Sorry, did you say something?
Can you hear me all right?
Oh, yes, I can.
Okay, cool. Before we get started, I do want to state that we're working with a budget of about $420,000, and with a record number of organizations requesting funding, this does mean we will have to fund at a rate of about 20%. So keep this in mind as we go forward, but I will give you the next couple minutes to introduce your organization and describe what you need funds for.
So I'm the treasurer of the B team, Ultimate Frisbee women's team here, and the spring season is our competitive season. So this is when we take the skills that we spent developing in the fall and apply it to the tournaments. So in our request, we only focused on the necessary and mandatory funds that we need to go traveling to tournaments. We try to keep our club open to everybody, which also means trying to minimize the cost of expenses. So the main costs that we ask for are bid fees, which is to we have to pay a certain amount to enter a tournament. And we were planning on going to 4 to 5 tournaments, so I included the bid fee prices for each of those. And then we have about 30 people on the team. Um, I'm not sure all 30 will go to the tournaments, but I wanted to make sure that we would have funds for those 30 people. So then we included gas costs and hotel costs for the tournaments that we need to stay in hotels for, which should only be the last 3.
All right. On your application, it states that your group is unwilling to identify student government as its sponsor. Is this accurate?
I didn't really know what that meant, but
So
I didn't know whether we had to like publicize it.
yeah, as a rule, any organization who receives funds from the Senate and holds events that are funded either in part or whole by student government funds need to state somewhere on either their materials or at the event that such event was funded either in part or whole by student government.
I see. We can say that. I guess we can change our answer to that
All right, cool.
request.
As long as we can get confirmation that you will hear, that's all we need. That's good.
Sounds good.
Then in terms of us cutting this down to fit the budget, where do you want our funds to be prioritized?
I'd say the I think the first 4 tournaments in terms of the last one, regionals, it's the bottommost one.
Yeah.
This one we have to sort of get an acceptance to it. So it isn't necessarily like 100% set in stone whether this tournament or whether we'll be able to go to this tournament. So
Okay.
I'd say that's an area to cut down on. Also, I'm not sure whether 35 people will be will be going to the tournaments. So if it makes it easier, we could also get funding for like maybe like 28 or 25 people going to tournaments and gas costs. I think the bid fees are the important ones.
All right. All right. I'm going to move that we fund the category of travel at $1,169.50.
Second.
Let's see, what was it? The category of dues and fees at 400,
Second.
and then the category of lodging at 1,200.
Second.
All right, so with this, UNC Electra Women's Ultimate Frisbee White has been appropriated $2,769.50 from the Undergraduate Senate in this cycle. This amount will be finalized on February 14th when the full Senate hears and passes a budget bill along with all other organizations' funding requests. Once this bill is passed by the Senate and signed by the President, you will be able to expend these funds with the Carolina Union Business Office, either through reimbursement or the use of the union's P cards. But that is all we have for you tonight. So thank you very much for coming and have a great rest of your night.
Yeah, could you just repeat that number real quick?
All three? Or
The offering.
okay, so $400 in dues and fees, 1,200 in lodging, and $1,169.50 in travel, making a total amount of $2,769.50. All of these numbers can be found on that same website that you submitted this application in the first place.
Sounds good. And I have a quick question.
Yeah.
If we didn't use all the money that we were appropriated last semester, does that carry over?
Yes, it does.
Thank you.
Mhm. YDSA is up next. Good evening, Leslie with the YDSA. Can you hear me all right?
Yes.
Perfect. Before we get started, I do want to state that we're working with a budget of about $420,000. And with a record number of organizations requesting funding, we will have to fund all groups at a rate of roughly 20%. So keep this in mind as we go forward, but I'll give you the next couple minutes to introduce yourself and why the YDSA needs funds.
Okay, so my name is Leslie. I am the treasurer for YDSA. Given that you guys are working with only being able to give around 20%, I will emphasize different things from the budget that we submitted. So I would like to disregard everything if possible, and I would place more emphasis on supplies for 1,525 and printing and publicity for 900. We have an upcoming Socialism 101 event. It's an every semester thing that we're doing, and we plan to have general body meetings twice a month. And we're also trying to make more collabs to get people more engaged, as I feel like last semester we weren't able to grab as much attention or members, especially from like incoming first years and transfer students who are looking to get involved. Printing and publicity like runs us a lot, and so we're struggling with having to promote ourselves, and we've been recently only really doing it with social media, and we're looking to hopefully promote with posters or like just flyers to stick around on campus. Supplies also run us a lot. We've done sip and paints in the past, and we're planning to do another zine workshop in the future, and that's about it. Oh, and then I forgot, we also have on-campus reading groups, and we will also be giving money to our subgroup La Colectiva, which meets everyone.
All right. That all checks out formula-wise. On the miscellaneous, it seems you checked the box yes that the group intends to purchase alcohol, tobacco, and/or firearms with the requested funds. Is this accurate?
No, I must have made a mistake. I apologize.
All good. Yeah, as long as we can get that confirmation. But you mentioned that you wanted the Senate's funds to be prioritized in both supplies as well as printing and publicity. Is this accurate?
This is correct.
All right. Then in that case, I'm going to move that we fund the category of supplies at $750.
Second.
The category of printing and publicity at $300.
Second.
And the categories of travel, speaker fees, lodging, labor fees, equipment rental, building venue rental at $0.
Second.
All right, so with that, Carolina Young Democratic Socialists of America has received $1,050 from the Undergraduate Senate in this cycle. Your budget request will be finalized on February 14th when the full Senate hears the budget bill with all other budget requests. Once this bill is passed by the Senate and signed by the president, you'll have access to expend these funds with the Carolina Union Business Office, either through reimbursement or the use of the union's P cards. That is all that we have for you tonight, though, so thank you very much for coming, and if you don't have any more questions, you're free to go.
Thank you so much. I hope you all have a good night.
You too.
Hello, how are you?
Evening. You're with the American Red Cross Club, correct?
Yes, I am.
Awesome. Before we get started, I do want to state that we're working with a budget of $420,000. This does mean that with a record number of groups requesting funding, we will have to fund at a rate of roughly 20%. So keep that in mind as we go forward. But I'll give you the next few minutes to introduce your organization and describe what you need funds for.
Yeah, great. So I'm with the American Red Cross. We do a lot of volunteering work within the Carolina and Chapel Hill community at large. We're most well known for our biweekly blood drives, which we host in the Great Hall of the Student Union. And to be honest, this represents probably the bulk of what our costs look like. The renting fees for the student union are very expensive and have only gotten more expensive in recent semesters. They can climb as high as $900 and even $1,000 per rental. And when you're hosting as many blood drives as we are, it definitely climbs, especially in the spring when there's historically much more of a blood shortage in Chapel Hill and the nation at large. So we like to host a lot more blood drives during the spring as well, especially because we have our competition with Duke coming up in February. But also what we do at the Red Cross is we host a lot of community training events for example, CPR and AED certification. We host training events for creating safe zones in educational environments, especially in pre-teen groups. And as part of one of the costs for this upcoming spring, we're hoping to buy and rent our own mannequins because we're going to be hosting a CPR and AED certification, both for Carolina students and for Chapel Hill residents. And these mannequins are super, super expensive. I cannot emphasize enough how expensive they are, which is why we actually increased our equipment rental fee for this year. We're hoping to receive from the Senate. But we're also hoping to host other events for training for both members of the club and Carolina students and Chapel Hill residents in the larger community. But we also do a lot of work with emergency disaster relief. We do a lot of fundraising for example, recently for a lot of the humanitarian crises in the Middle East. So we've done a lot of work and we need to raise money by using, again, venue rental in the student union and other places like that. So yeah, it's about what we're doing this semester.
All right. Well, everything seems to check out in terms of our criteria and our requirements. And now, in terms of shaving this down to fit the budget and the prioritization of the Senate's funds, would you like us to prioritize our funding to a specific one of these two categories, or would you like to have them be roughly equal across the board?
Yeah, I think that all depends on how much money we'd be working with. I think my answer would vary based off of how much we have to work around.
Roughly 3,300.
Okay. If that's the case, maybe could we do 1,500 for venue rental and then the rest in equipment rental?
All right. Then with that, I will move that we fund the category of building venue rental at $1,500.
Second.
And the category of equipment rental at $1,800.
Second.
All right. Then with that, the American Red Cross Club has been appropriated $3,300 from the Undergraduate Senate in this cycle. Your budget will be finalized on February 14th when the full Senate hears the budget bill along with all other organizations' funding requests. Once this bill is passed by the Senate and signed by the President, you will have access to these funds with the Carolina Union Business Office, either through reimbursement or P-card purchase. That is all that we have for you tonight, though. So thank you very much for coming. And if you don't have any more questions, you're free to go.
Yeah, great. Thank you. Actually, just one quick question on the P cards. I remember hearing about this in the call, but could you just roughly describe the P card again?
So with the P card, you will schedule a meeting with the union student controller on that RSO Finances Heal Life page. You will go in these, and the P cards are mostly for supplies purchases, but can also be used for other things. You will go in with an online listing of a thing that you want to have purchased. I know the union's main vendors are Amazon and Walmart. So if there are supplies that you need, I know they prefer that. And then you
Great.
will send that link to them and they will make that purchase right then and there.
Great, thank you. And I'm 99% sure that it is, but just want to confirm one last time. All of the unused funds from the fall still carry over to the spring. It's
Yes,
just
they
when
do.
it's just the fiscal year ending in July or whatever.
Yeah.
Okay. Great. Thank you so much. Really appreciate it.
Of course.
Bye.
Thank you. Good evening. You are Jordan with Queen in You.
Yes.
Awesome. Before we get started, I do want to state that we're working with a budget of $420,000 this cycle. This means that we will have to fund organizations at a rate of roughly 20% since we have received a record number. So keep this in mind as we go forward, and I will give you the next few minutes to introduce your organization and what you need funding for.
Awesome. Thank you so much. I'm Jordan Middleton. I'm the treasurer and representation of Queen and You. Queen and You is an organization of collegiate women of color who mentor middle and elementary school girls of color in the area of scholarship, cotillion, service, and we also serve as a safe and open space for women of color on UNC's campus by hosting events and programs to network and guide conversations. So this semester, we would like to request funding for 3 of our main programmatic service areas. So we have service and funding, office supplies, and we are also requesting funding for events and branding. The Service and Fundraising Committee aims to serve fellow UNC organizations and local committee organizations such as Chapel Hill Ronald McDonald House, Carolina Coffee Shop, Carolina Community Garden, UNC hospitals, local nursing homes, Orange County Public Schools, the Boys and Girls Club, and schools we mentor nationally. Our goal this year is to volunteer in our community by serving at an on/off campus sites and ensuring that those we mentor have the necessary supplies for school and at home. To begin our service this year, we aim to donate supplies by February 29th, 2024 to the local Boys and Girls Club we collaborate with Durham and Orange counties. From this service, we hope to be able to give students school supplies such as dry erase markers, board markers, pencils, pens, paper, glue sticks, and other miscellaneous items to achieve their best in school. The goals that we hope to maintain and we ask for funding for those goals is $250 to extend our portion of the donation in obtaining the supplies. After this service goal is completed, we aim to assist the Carolina Community Garden and the Ronald McDonald House through service donations of gently used items consistently throughout this semester, for which we would need funding for transportation on operation costs of $200. With the Ronald McDonald House, the Queen and You Service Committee would serve food in kitchens, make meals, clean the house to regulate sanitation efforts against COVID-19. Specifically, we'll be using funding to request donating supplies from the Ronald McDonald House, which lists as canned goods, items, and cleaning supplies for PPE protection to the Ronald McDonald House and transportation costs to deliver donations. Along with assisting the local community, the Fundraising and Service Committee has requested items for charitable fundraiser events such as Sip and Paint feminine hygiene donation drives, a pit book sale event, and movies nights, which will all be funding used towards mentoring in person and a portion donated to the Boys and Girls Club at the end of the semester. The estimated funding that we would need to execute these events for all of the young women in our program is $200 and will go towards obtaining materials such as books to sell materials and craft with the sip and paint, snacks and supplies for our mentor sessions, feminine hygiene products to buy and donate, supplies for our hot chocolate bar, and materials to make candy grams. Ultimately, we want to ensure that we have funding to also do the things that we need to do within our program. So for Queen and You, we're requesting $335 to cover the cost of pens, papers, notebooks, pens to give, stickers to give, t-shirts, a table runner, printing costs, Canva Pro, craft materials, upkeep of our website, and other office-based supplies to reuse throughout the semester for executive meetings, leadership meetings, events, program, and mentorship sessions at local public schools. This is as neat as the funding we have received from CCPS in the past will be used to fund what UGS does not, food for consumption and t-shirts. The cost of printing per page is as follows: printing in black and white, 0 cents per page, and color printing is 0.30 cents per page. Most importantly, we want to put a huge emphasis on our events and branding committee. We will be hosting our first Big Talk QIY retreat, and for this program, we are requesting a total of $150. This event is not to aid planning our mentorship program for the semester. We will also have activities for members to participate in where they will make vision boards for the semester. We are requesting funds to provide materials for this event, such as food for lunch, paper, pens, markers, magazines, scissors, glue, and tape. Most importantly, we want to highlight our QIY conference. This event is open to all Queen and You members in North Carolina. We will connect with all chapters and learn about sisterhood, mentorship, leadership, and much more. We are requesting a total of $225 in speaker fees to have 6 speakers come to speak about the topics mentioned previously. We are also requesting $300 to provide lunch for all participants. In total, we're requesting a total of $525 to accomplish both of these events. Most importantly, and lastly, we want to put an emphasis on requesting funds for our feminine hygiene product drive that we'll be doing, and requesting a total of $150 to donate to local women's shelters in Chapel Hill. Overall, we are requesting educational supplies for $585, programming supplies for a total of $1,340, speaker fees for a total of $225, and travel fees for $200, our grand total being $2,350. Thank you so much.
All right. The programs I'll check out. I will say you requested funds in the educational supplies category, which is not one, which is an invalid category that we do not fund. So we can't fund that, but that'll go into the portion of the request that we don't fund. So with that, in terms of cutting this down to fit the budget, where do you want to see the Senate prioritize its funds?
Most importantly, we think that events and branding would be the most important, as those are 2 of our main events that we would like to carry out this semester. They are very close, and all of the young queens that we have will be coming onto campus to participate in those events, and we'll be going to them as well. So I believe that would be the main service area of importance.
All right. Now,
alongside service and fundraising as well.
Yeah. Then with that, I'm going to move that we fund the category of programming at $400.
Second.
The category of speaker fees at $125.
Second.
And the categories of travel, printing, and publicity and educational supplies at $0.
Second.
All right, so with that, Queen in You has been appropriated $525 from the Undergraduate Senate in this cycle. Your budget request will be finalized on February 14th when the full Senate hears and passes the budget, along with all other organizations' funding requests. Once this bill is passed by the Senate and signed by the president, you will be able to request reimbursement or the use of P cards with the Carolina Union Business Office to expend those funds. That is all that we have for you tonight, though. So if you don't have any more questions, you're free to go. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Good evening with the Helping Hand Project.
Good evening.
All right, can you both hear me well?
I can.
Okay. Before we get started, I do want to state that we're working with a budget of about $420,000. This means that with a record number of organizations requesting funding, we will have to fund at a rate of roughly 20%. So keep that in mind as we go forward, but I'll give you the next couple minutes to give me a guideline of your organization's funding request.
All right, I'm good to go ahead and start.
Yeah.
Great. All right. So I'm representing the Helping Hands Project, and to keep it simple, the club uses 3D printing technology to create prosthetic-like devices for kids with limb deficiencies at no cost to the families. We take on cases at the beginning of the year and work on perfecting the design and printing process. In the past, we've worked on one case. However, this year we've taken on 3 individual cases. Our club is broken up into 2 committees, the Design and Support Committee, each of which has different objectives throughout the semester. Our design committee works collaboratively to create the hands through 3D printing, which is where the majority of the funding that we are requesting will be going. Members of the design committee must go through training using the 3D printers, and each case that we have requires specific customizations. Last semester, we focused on training new members and initial design creation and planning for each case. This semester, we're focusing on finalizing the designs for the hands and printing for the multiple cases that we have this year. To print these, we need $1,100 in supplies for materials, tools, and better organizations. In materials, we're requesting $210 for a metric machine screw pack, 5 PLA filaments, and for a fishing line. In tools, we're requesting $120 for 5 file sets and 3 plier sets. All materials and tools are necessary in order to print the hands this semester. Recently, the biomedical engineering department changed regulations to remove clubs from our current storage spaces, and since we're technically a biomedical engineering club, this affects us. This means moving to another room with no shelving or any organization. Organization is vital to our club as we keep all of our prosthetics for design, inspiration, and maintain a large quantity of tools necessary for building our devices. These are in addition to our 3D printers, which necessitate their own storage units. Additionally, this new storage location is open to the general BME student body. This is concerning as anyone can steal or otherwise damage our tools. We will need to purchase lock shelving to fix this issue, which is more expensive than regular shelving. We are therefore requesting $710, which would cover 2 shelving units, 2 locking cabinets, a rolling cart to transfer our materials, a label maker, and clear storage boxes. The exact cost of each of these items is in the funding request, and I can present those exacts to you if needed. Moving on to larger pieces of equipment, we're requesting $800 in either capital expenditure or supplies for a 3D scanner. A high accuracy 3D scanner will be used to create scans of our patients' hands. These models are necessary to create well-fitting prosthetic-like devices and reduce the time needed for customizations. These scanners use hardware and software specifically designed to increase resolution and accuracy. And then the other committee within Helping Hands is the support committee, which is responsible for outreach, hosting fundraising events, finding prospective cases for the future, and maintaining relationships with the families of the recipients of our hands. This spring, support is responsible for hosting the annual family gathering. We're requesting $800 for this event, $500 for the venue, $200 for assistance with travel for the family, and $100 in materials. On either the weekend of April 6th or April 13th, Helping Hands will be putting on the family gathering. This is an event where families from all across North Carolina and sometimes neighboring states who have a member with one of our devices meet up. This event is meant to foster the community and create connections between not only the kids, but the parents as well. This event will require a venue to be reserved, and we anticipate having upwards of 30 people attend in addition to members of the club that will join. We want to hold this event outside. However, we will have to have a backup indoor venue reserved as well. We're requesting $500 for the reservation of both venues. This event will be more successful if we can assist families with their travel to the venue, as many of these families are traveling multiple hours to attend this event and may need assistance with transportation. We're requesting $200 to assist with travel costs. We also anticipate needing to buy supplies for potentially arts, crafts for the children, for renting tables and chairs, or other miscellaneous materials for that event. So we're requesting $100 for that. And then lastly, we're requesting $270 for the creation and maintenance of our website. This semester, we have a student who's dedicated to creating the website, so they're requesting $250 for a 1-year subscription to Squarespace and $20 for the website domain. And that is our funding request.
everything seems to fit within our guidelines. So now in terms of cutting this down to fit within our budget, where do you want the Senate's funds to be prioritized?
To the supplies and materials.
Yeah.
And to the venue.
All right. Then in that case, I'm going to move that we fund the category of building venue rental at $200.
Second.
And the category of supplies at $500.
Second.
And the categories of capital expenditures, printing and publicity, and travel at $0.
Second.
All right, so with that, the Helping Hands project has been appropriated $700 from the Undergraduate Senate in this cycle. Yes, this amount will be finalized on February 14th when your organizations, as well as all others, are compiled into the Budget Act and heard by the full Senate. Once this bill is passed by the Senate and signed by the President, you will have access to expend these funds with the Carolina Union Business Office, either through reimbursement or the use of their P cards. That is all that we have for you tonight, though. So if you don't have any more questions, you're free to go. Thank you for coming.
Thank you. Thank you.
Good evening, Richard with the Para Japanese Chat Club. Can you hear me well?
Yes, I can hear you. Could you hear me well?
Yes, I can. Wonderful. Before we get started, I do want to state that we're working with a budget of just about $420,000. This means that we will have to fund organizations at a rate of about 20% since we've received a record number of request submissions. With that being said, though, I will give you the next few minutes to introduce your organization and discuss what you need funds for.
Sure. Perapera Japanese Chat Club's mission is to provide a comfortable and casual environment so UNC students interested in learning the Japanese language or the culture can practice their conversational skills with actual native Japanese speakers and other peers. And we believe the goal of learning a language is to actually use it and immerse oneself into the culture. So we will combine events that are Japanese culture related and like playing traditional Japanese games. So the funds are for 5 main activities. Usually we'll host like 7 or 8 meetings per semester, and those 5 are the ones that we actually need the funds for. The first one is the karaoke event with exchange students from Japan, which should happen around February, actually next week to be more precise. Karaoke is a famous activity in Japan by singing Japanese songs with exchange students. Students here could appreciate Japanese culture and improve their recognition of kanji. So there are 2 things that we need the budget for. The one thing is the karaoke machine, which is $150. The second thing is decorations, which is around $50. Second thing is New Year's celebration. It already happened last week. Here are the cost breakdowns. There are 5 things. First one is the traditional toy, and the second one is kendama toy set. Third one is sudoku. Fourth one is iro wa karuta, and final one is bukuro. Those are all Japanese like traditions and Japanese games. So we actually didn't have bukuro last week, so we actually didn't need the extra 200. So that one is just 400, so we can delete that. And the third one is Tanabata celebration. Tanabata is also known as the Qixi, originated from Chinese culture. And the best way to celebrate it is to write wishes on a small piece of colorful paper and hanging them.
from bamboo branches, but because of like UNC the environment, we will slightly alter that. So, and we also won't set them afloat on the river or burn them for the sake of the environment. But in total, we estimate around 200 will be enough because there are around 50 to 70 people in our club, like 70 on the rosters, but usually each meeting there will be around 50 people. So I think it's pretty reasonable, yes. So everyone can actually enjoy it. And fourth one is Undokai. Undokai is a sports festival in Japan. People will divide into different teams. So we're still trying to manage like how to make it safer because in Japan it's really big scale. And we also need to try to make it like we need to find a suitable place, basically. That's what I'm saying. But overall, I think we'll contain jump ropes and reversing flip and big back toss. And those should cost around $300. And finally, it's a Japanese boost because overall, the purpose of this club is still for a person to improve his or her Japanese. And many of the students in our clubs also enroll in the Japanese courses at UNC. So to ensure that we can actually provide them with the greatest aid, we'll also provide free Japanese boost sessions and conversations and writings. And for us to help them more effectively, they will actually need some of the materials used by the UNC and the textbooks, and that will cost around $300. So those are our cost breakdowns.
All right. Well, everything seems to fit within our guidelines, and while I would usually ask which funding categories you'd like the Senate to prioritize, you've only requested in the one of capital expenditures, so I think it's appropriate that I move we fund the category of capital expenditures at $500.
Second.
All right, so with that, the UNC Para Japanese Chat Club has been appropriated $500 from the Undergraduate Senate. This cycle, your budget will be finalized on February 14th when the full Senate will hear the budget bill along with all other organizations' funding requests. Once this bill is passed by the Senate and signed by the President, you will have access to these funds. And you can expend them with the Carolina Union Business Office either through reimbursement or the use of their P cards. That is all that we have for you tonight, though. So if you do not have any further questions, you are free to go. Thank you.
All right, cool. Thank you.
And then there were three. Good evening, both of you with Phi Delta Epsilon. Can you both hear me well?
Yes.
Awesome. Before we get started, I do want to state that we're working with a budget of about $420,000. With a record number of organizations requesting funds, that it does mean we will have to fund at a rate of about 20%. But with that being said, I will give you guys the next couple minutes to introduce your organization and describe what you need funds for.
Yeah, so we are UNC's Phi Delta Epsilon, and so we are a pre-medical fraternity. We're nationally recognized, and there's also School of Medicine branches as well, so we're pretty solidified. We started our chapter in 2021, and so we've slowly been growing. We have around like 110 members at this point, and then we're starting recruitment, so we're going to get a new class as well. So over the past few years, we've slowly started to do more events like service, medical education for our members. And so one big thing is why we wanted funding. One big reason why we wanted funding is to do more medical education events. So currently we have contacts with the Army and Navy to do things like suture clinics and acute emergency medicine clinics. So getting materials for that and being able to provide our members with an opportunity to learn those skills where they otherwise kind of wouldn't until they got to the point of medical school would be very beneficial for our club. Another big thing that we do is anatomy fashion show. And so that's our major event that we do in the spring. And it's a fundraiser for our philanthropy, which is the Children's Miracle Network. And so we do a anatomy fashion show where models come in and artists, they draw body systems on the models. And then we have a little runway fashion show. And it all goes to Children's Miracle Network, which is Duke's Children's Hospital. And so we did this event last year and we did it at the Great Hall. And so we kind of know how much it cost and what went into it. And we want to make it bigger and better, do more outreach, raise more money. I think last year we got around $5,000 from it. So we're trying to increase that goal to 10,000, both for our medical fraternity, but also to establish us as a strong chapter within the Phi DE community, just because we are slowly growing and we're kind of getting to those numbers. And so things like equipment, paintbrushes, speakers, lights, a runway, clothing for the models, and then just the basic like printing programs, decorations that we need. So that's kind of the biggest thing that we want to do and kind of gather funds for that so that we can really make it the best. And then the other thing is venues. Just because we've kind of hit that limit of like 100 members, it's getting hard to get places for formal or other events that we have, which means we have to move to the little expensive, bigger venues. And just because they cost more, we want to be able to provide for our members. We'd also like some funds for that as well.
All right, well, if that is all, everything seems to check out in terms of our guidelines and criteria. Now I guess I'll ask, in terms of cutting this down to fit the budget, where do you want our funds to be prioritized?
I think I'd say the building and venue. Yeah, I think that's the main big thing that we would really like.
Yeah, I was gonna say the same. Definitely the venue is our biggest struggle because, for example, the Great Hall, I think is like $700. I think it was around $700 last year to rent it for Anatomy Fashion Show, which is just one night. And then also for recruitment, we couldn't use the Great Hall this year, but we are renting out another place and it is a couple $100. So definitely for venues and like for our formal, the venue is expensive, and so like any supplemental funding would be great. And then I would say other places would be like I'm not sure the exact like what it falls under, but like what Anushri was saying with our medical education events, like ordering things like suture kits, it's very expensive and we don't want our members to be paying out of pocket for any of that. So if there's any funding that could go for that, that'd be great. And then also like supplies, like paint and the clothing for our anatomy fashion show, because again, it is our biggest event of the year that we've been working towards since we finished it last year. So I don't want our members to pay, like our committees to have to pay out of pocket. And it will put a financial strain on our chapter if we have to use our chapter funds for that. And I think just getting undergraduate senate funding would be very beneficial and like take some stress off of us so we can focus on fundraising and focus on the philanthropy aspect and like the community aspect of doing something great for Duke Children's.
Yeah. All right. Then with all right. With that, I'm going to move that we fund the category of building venue rental at 1,500.
Second.
The category of equipment rental at 1,300.
Second.
The category of programming at 500.
Second.
Then the categories of clothing, printing and publicity, speaker fees, and travel at 0.
Second.
With that, Phi Delta Epsilon at UNC has been appropriated $3,300 this cycle. Your budget will be finalized at the on February 14th, when the full Senate considers the budget bill along with all other organizations' funding requests. Once this bill is passed by the Senate and signed by the president, you will have access to expend these funds with the Carolina Union Business Office, either through reimbursement or the use of their P cards. That is all that we have for you tonight, though. So if you do not have any more questions, you're free to go. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening. You are with AI at UNC.
Yes.
Great. Before we get started, I do want to state that we're working with a budget of $420,000 and with a record number of organizations requesting funding, we will have to fund at a rate of about 20%. So keep that in mind as we go forward. But I will give you the next couple minutes to introduce your organization and describe briefly what you need funding for.
Yeah, so I'm with AI at UNC, and we're really the only artificial intelligence focused club on campus currently. And what that really means is we try and spread knowledge to people at the school, whether they're computer science majors, biology majors, political science majors, or anybody, because really artificial intelligence has become such a important part of our lives in many ways. So we really try to bridge the gap between UNC students and AI with a couple different through a couple different ways. We have panels with speakers that are well known in the field that talk about things like new advancements in the technology, things like ethics, really just something for everybody is what we try to focus on with that. And we also have more hands-on events like hackathons and things like that. And that's really where a lot of our funding money comes from, or our requested money comes from, is because some of these more hands-on tasks with AI can cost a lot of money because of how expensive it is to actually train the models, and how we currently do that through cloud technologies is very inefficient and also very limiting to us, especially when we're working on research projects with professors in the School of Health and things like that. So we're hoping our main request for funding is mostly capital expenditures this semester. We're really hoping to get money to build a GPU cluster, which is essentially it's a way for AI models to be trained. And the reason we would need it is because it's something that club members could use for years to come, instead of having to come back and request more and more money to rent out computing power over and over. We would just have computing power on campus for students to use for research, for club projects, things like that. It wouldn't even necessarily need to be club related, just anybody on campus looking to research AI and get into it could use these GPU clusters we're requesting money for. And we also have some requests for an event we hope to hold, a hackathon, where we need some funding to purchase the API credits that will be used throughout the hackathon. Essentially, a hackathon is an event we'll probably get 100 students together to get some hands-on experience with AI. And we just need some money essentially to run that event, as well as some money for our Jets and Drone project, which is a continuation of our project from last semester, where we have a group of students ranging from freshmen to seniors in a couple different majors working on a drone that actually has a camera on it, where you can run AI computer vision models and kind of scan the surroundings and do different things with that. We got most of the funding we needed from that last semester, but we have a couple of additions that we're trying to do this semester, so we're requesting a little bit more money for that. And yeah, that's about it on our end. We really just want to emphasize the fact that the school has no way for students to run kind of compute heavy programs and things like research and stuff like that. So we really do believe that a good investment in us is a very good investment in the community as a whole, especially the research community. And can help a lot of UNC students bridge the gap between them and AI. So thank you.
All right. Well, thank you. Everything seems to check out in terms of our requirements. Now, just in terms of cutting this down to fit the budget, where would you like the Senate's funding to be prioritized?
Yeah, so are you talking on a event to event basis or more of a category basis?
The categories, yeah.
Categories. So we would definitely need at least probably all of the programming if that's possible, as well as some for clothing and really just the rest on capital expenditures, mainly focusing on capital expenditures in terms of dollar amount.
All right. Then in that case, I'm going to move that we fund the category of programming at 1,435.
Second.
The category of clothing at 500.
Second.
And then the category of capital expenditures at 1,800.
Second.
Then printing and publicity and supplies at 0.
Second.
All right, so with that, AI at UNC has been appropriated $3,735 in this cycle. Your budget will be finalized on February 14th when the full Senate hears the budget bill along with all other organizations' funding requests. Once this budget bill is passed by the Senate and signed into law by the president, you will be able to expend those funds with the Carolina Union Business Office, either through reimbursement or the use of their P cards. That is all that we have for you tonight, though, so thank you very much for coming and have a great rest of your night.
Thank you, you too.
Good evening. You are with the Student Organization for Undergraduate Literature.
Good evening. How are you?
Good. Before we get started, I do want to preface this by saying we're working with a budget of $420,000, which means we will have to fund at a rate of about 20% across the board with a record number of organizations requesting funding. But with that being said, I'll give you the next couple minutes to introduce your organization's funding request and briefly give an outline of what you need money for.
Wonderful. Thank you so much for your time and your consideration. So my name is Liam Furlong, and I'm with the Student Organization for Undergraduate Literature, which is an unconventional book club that builds community by making a practice level literature accessible time-wise and through resources for students of all majors across the university. We remove the level of individual work that most book clubs expect and create a low-stakes, welcoming environment that only asks individuals for open-mindedness and enthusiasm. We are requesting essentially three major initiatives this semester, and one of them is actually an initiative that we've already received the majority of funding from the USG last semester, and that's for renting out the event space, Graham Memorial's John Lindsay Moorhead III Lounge in Graham Memorial. For our fall soiree, we already have the date set and the room reserved. But we're just asking for the remaining $50 of the $400 total to rent the space and also utilize that funds in advance P card approach that I believe you mentioned at our introductory meeting for all the organizations. So we're just an eighth shy of that, and I know this is an initiative that brings all of the literature organizations on campus together. We have been working very, very hard on that in terms of gathering supplies and gathering the publication materials to advertise this. And based on the funding results last term, it's something that the USG already believes in as well. So we thought that's just the last little push across the finish line to help us reserve the entire space in full. Our second initiative is a publicity slash advertising approach. That's essentially three-pronged. And the main prong for this is getting a Canva Pro account, which would be $45, $15 per 3 months, which will allow our publicists to really to not only create the next level of advertisements and publicity, which is the main way, pardon me, in which we communicate meetings and pretty much any event that we're planning to our existing members and to new members through Instagram advertisements that our publicist designs by hand. So this would really be a new way to create higher level and more accessible and inviting advertisements that would sustain us for the entire term for only $45. The next prong of the advertising approach would be creating an advertisement through a product in which we would give at all of our tabling events, which would be creating different stickers and using the fees, and paying for the fees of user operations at the makerspace to create bookmarks as well. We have the designs for both stickers and bookmarks already established. We would just need to print them. So that would be $54 for the orders of stickers that we would have, which would get us I believe that would get us quite a few hundred stickers and sustain us for this semester and for once they're printed for the next semester as well. And then a $15 user fee for printing the bookmarks at the makerspace on campus. So it'd be 54 for the 2 orders of stickers we have and 15 to use the facilities in the makerspace to create these next level engaging advertisements through products that start as ordinarily as this one talking point that someone catches on someone's laptop when they see a sticker that represents Seoul and of course USG. And the next part, it's 2 individuals who are stepping into our meeting and working to double our turnout at meetings, which we've successfully done in the last 2 semesters. Actually, we started with 15 students and now we're at 50. So clearly our user turnout has been great just because we've upped our advertising both on Instagram and through these products. And then finally, our last initiative is something that we're working with the other literature organization on campus, including Backpage, which is a creative writing organization, as well as the Asian American Creative Writing Collaboration. And that's just gathering supplies for the soiree, which I already mentioned as our first initiative. We are requesting, I believe it was, I wrote it down. We're requesting $158 to create to get the supplies we need to create an event that feels as legit as possible, since this is the first major event that our organization has worked with other organizations on, and essentially the first loud statement I can say that our organization is making across the entire campus. Is the biggest thing we've done so far. We wanted to make it feel as legit as possible so that prospective members walking in will know that we are an organization that is looking after them and will continue to look after them in our meetings in ways that doesn't discriminate by major or create any pretentious literary persona about ourselves. Now, we are an open arms organization that just trying to create a safe, sustainable, and inviting space for all of its members and all its members to come. So we're asking 158 for that, though we do expect that Backpage and the Asian American Creative Writing Collaboration, both organizations who are applying for USG funding, have prioritized this as well. So if we are looking for a place to cut from this order, since 20% seems to be the line that most organizations are hitting, this is probably where we would cut corners in terms of our final ask. Do you have any questions about that? That's all from me.
Well, I mean, seeing as everything fits within our own requirements as well as the very small nature of your request, I think it's appropriate that we can in fact fund it in full. So I'm going to move that we fund the category of building venue rental at 50,
Second.
category of printing and publicity at 114,
Second.
and the category of supplies at 158.
Second.
Wonderful, wonderful.
So-
Thank you so much.
With this, the Student Organization for Undergraduate Literature has been appropriated $322 from the Undergraduate Senate in this cycle. Your budget will be finalized on February 14th when the full Senate hears the budget bill with all other organizations' funding requests. Here it is. Once this bill is passed by the Senate and signed by the President, you will be able to expend these fees or these funds with the Carolina Union Business Office, either through reimbursement or the use of their P cards. That is all that we have for you tonight, however, so if you don't have any more questions, you're free to go. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I do have one question. Who would you suggest as my contact at the Carolina Union's business office in terms of getting that P card access?
Yes, this would be the student controller. All of this information can be found on that RSO Finances Heal Life page. Yeah,
Okay,
the
perfect.
email is unionsc@unc.edu.
Wonderful. Thank you so much. I appreciate your time and consideration, everybody. Have a great night and best of luck with the rest of appropriations.
Thank you. All right, there we go. How are you on budget, Josh?
24 ahead.
24 ahead. Okay.
Oh, 2,000. Okay, wow.
I have a bit more, but I know that for subsequent, if we use all of this budget, we're gonna have like 4 grand.
Yeah.
So I think it would probably be wise to save that money wherever we can.
Okay.
So since we are under budget, I don't think that reconciliation is necessary.
All right.
So with that, that's all that we have for tonight. Great job once more, everybody. I will see all of you back here tomorrow night. Almost halfway done. We've got this, but okay. Thank you all for staying out here. I will call this meeting adjourned at 11:05 p.m. Have a good one, everyone.
Night, guys.